Someone has eye boogers. Someone I'll through over to you Saturday.
Oh, whoops. I just realized.
Ooh, there's new Wiener Smith book out. Science abridged beyond the point of usefulness. Oh god, I forgot to get that out.
There we go.
Freaking Anthonize and Actinize. If you get a physics professorship, later in life you can go around saying crazy stuff and people will believe you. Me, Joe Cocker. Sorry, what?
I still need to figure out what I'm going to start playing tomorrow.
Oh, you beat Lagrange Point?
Say what?
Oh, you beat Lagrange Point?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're giving it for a surprising amount of time.
I probably would have beaten it sooner, except I did way more grinding than was actually necessary before proceeding to the final area.
I figured like the story was unfolding in like crazy ways and proving to be not what it seemed and stuff like that.
Not
Oh my
exactly.
goodness, my throat.
Like last Wednesday, I got my butt kicked by a boss, and so that is what kicked off my my grind fest. I got everybody ranked up to the point where they could equip top tier weapons. Like everybody, and proceeded to then only use 4 characters because that's all you can use in a party.
But of course.
Just massive overkill, but I did it anyway.
Was it fun?
Yeah. Like crafting weapons in that game, which is the only way to get anything above a rank 2 weapon, is kind of like its own little puzzle.
You make monster parts?
No, you make weapons by combining weapons. And like it would have been really tedious without a guide, but with a guide, it's a fun puzzle trying to figure out. So like, you figure out what you want and then you work backwards from there to try and figure out, okay, these are the base materials that I need. And then you try and make that happen with the limited inventory space that you have.
Mm.
Now, sometimes you can make it, you can save inventory space by going and getting the rank 2 weapons and skipping the first stage of weapon creation. It's also cheaper that way to just straight up buy rank 2 weapons than to craft them.
Mm-hmm.
And also, using the weapons that you already have so you can not have to craft from complete scratch.
Yeah. Notification board.
But like here, take a look at my notes for crafting. I would lean further back, except I don't want to tip Remy over.
Sonic Gun Cubed.
Yeah, I needed 3 of them.
Solid gun to the 6th.
Yup.
Your handwriting improved on the green pen.
It's blue.
blue. It's green. I guess it's less blue than my shirt.
It's a light blue.
And run.
Hey, there's APR. Very good.
And what about the very concept of a Luft bazooka?
Yeah. Generally, I used names when I had a specific item or I was buying a specific item.
Luft bazooka implies a bazooka with wings.
Mm-hmm. I don't know why it was called that.
Like it flies. We had a flying bazooka.
Let's see. I was going to say something. It's XOR is the logical operator that returns one result if it's either or, and the other result if it's both, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I was thinking about how to explain the relationship between for in crafting for how you produce either an all target or a single target, and XOR explains it quite succinctly. If XOR is true, it's a single target. If XOR returns false, it's an all target. Okay.
XOR on what property?
On the whether the on each of the weapons all or single targetness.
Okay. So if they're the same, it's one. If they're different, it's the other.
Yep.
That doesn't make a lick of sense diegetically, but it's easy to understand.
Yeah. All right. Good evening, Internet. It is 8:15 p.m. on Thursday, February 22nd, 2024. It's too bad it's not Tuesday, because it's a very date.
Tuesday is coming. Tuesday is coming. Tuesday is coming. Did you bring your coat?
Welcome to Thursday Throne. I'm your host, Mark Amsry, DJ Amstrack. That's Daniel. This is Remy. And tonight we're going to be continuing Loop Hero. Now, since last week, I did a lot of farming off stream. So first up is going to be a lot of building and upgrading, and then hopefully a lot of steamrolling. So let's get to it.
So many skulls.
So many skulls.
Do you want for beating Priestess as well?
Yes.
Okay.
In fact, apparently the first couple times I beat her, I got multiple skulls. But after that, it dropped back to one. Or it dropped down to one each.
His skull.
Right, but no, it's apparently just a boss skull.
Okay.
Okay, now let's see here. I can upgrade the potion maker's hut. That's improves the effect of the potion and gives me 1 extra potion per loop.
It gives you 1 extra chair slot.
Furniture, but yeah. That's helpful. Let's see what other upgrades give me. Gymnasium. Unlocks the Suburbs card. I thought we already got that.
Nope.
Something else we did unlocked it like in situ though. Like during. Oh no, wait, that was just me doing the thing. Like over the last week. Something gave me Suburbs.
Oh, okay. So you probably don't need this then. Let's see what this slots. Extra drill leaf slot.
Well, I mean, like, it didn't give me Suburbs for my deck. It just, like, suddenly I had Suburbs.
What'd you do?
I forget.
Oh.
Canteen. Hero can rest before fighting a boss.
Oh boy. Ooh, that's good.
That is good. With that, I can kind of, I can skip the extra village.
Before you go to upgrade, Crazy.
My kitchen keeps getting better. Here's a new recipe for you. Cut some chicken into cubes, then fry it with soy sauce and 2 spoonfuls of honey. I usually add some sesame seeds, but that verges on haute cuisine.
Yeah, for your 2 crazy upgrades, I do recommend the river card.
Ah, yes. It's unbelievable, but it was actually here all along. What a nice place you've chosen to set up camp. There we go. I can't believe it. I got enough questions about this thing to fill a river. To fill an ocean, you mean? There are no more oceans in the world. The river is the biggest body of water there is. How are we even supposed to know about the ocean? Just look at it. All this water is coming from nowhere and goes into nothing. Is it the same water circling around? Or is something constantly creating new matter? I have no idea. Do you want to see if it's good for swimming? Of course. And I can build the bridge, too.
You can fish on it. What do you call it? It's a very versatile structure.
I always liked bridges, but I remembered that only now. Yeah, me too. A river with a bridge is a good sign of civilization. I guess there is a place for them in my expeditions. Here's a positive thought for you. If now we need structures just to traverse the land, that means our world is not as empty as it used to be. I see it as a good sign. I can build more watchtowers. Well done. Towers means more towers means more soldiers. More soldiers means more arrows. More arrows means more arrows. And I can build another one. And upgrade it. And the last one. Four watchtowers. That'll make it real nice right there. Okay, war camp. Upgrading it plus 4% to hero strength. Heck yeah. Gimme. What, did you get tired after just a couple laps around the camp? There. There's no shame in failing, but there is shame in not trying to improve. So give me another run, right now, and don't stop till your legs give out.
You should actually stop a little before that, right?
River doubles the effects of adjacent landscape tiles. Ooh.
Mm-hmm. Are you trying to maximize by next to the river?
Yep.
and should you deign to meet the boss, be sure to check out his stats and descriptions, and also that of his minions. You're kind of hilarious. Even more arrow rain, eh?
River.
on fire.
Yep, burned forest.
Crossbow lightning junction.
Art of Control. Taking that over Omicron's technique.
It's powerful, but less so necromantic.
Mm-hmm. Oh wait, that one's just even better. Okay. I mean, that's a much stronger ring, but doesn't have any stats I actually care about on it. Here we go.
Just your loadout from the big screen?
I adjusted my cards. I didn't change the supplies.
Yeah, those extra slots are just like for type, right?
Yeah.
Move you're seeing a vampire lords people these days. Hey, you had to cover over any guys you haven't hovered over before, level 3. Got to see its strange new abilities, I reckon. That's a level 6 damage.
That's an improvement. Weaver adds the spiderweb effect to a location. Spiderweb. All units except spiders receive the spiderweb effect that lowers their attack speed by 20% until the end of battle. I don't know. Oh, that's from these. Yeah.
How you got beat up in that?
Mm-hmm. Let's go for Skilled Architect. For all the XP. Ambitions of the Dead is really nice, but I might get Ambitions of the Dead. I might draw it again. Now my HP is full again. It was. There we are. Ooh, those are all good. Considering I don't think I'm... Well... No. Supplies won't be that helpful to me because my max is going to be high enough that it won't really matter. Better to just focus on survivability.
It's only growing magic shield for every skeleton he's not enough.
Yeah, that one I'm liking. I'll take the hit to magic shield for the summon quality boost, because I don't have any summon quality plus right now.
These little things do have loops.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Extra skeleton levels.
Yep. Whoop whoop. You guys share your garlic.
Yep.
Making use of this.
Mm-hmm. It's tasty. Yes.
Just a little guy just wandering around with a rat.
Mm-hmm. Stool?
No, something I slid in from the left upper zone.
Yeah, it was telling me that I got the sturdy stool.
Okay, I thought I said like excited chaos or something.
Yeah. Okay, just for the hell of it.
Oops.
Careful.
Plus, I just want.
That's good. Not quite.
So many skeletons.
Mm-hmm.
Poor desert mage guy. Yeah, wrecked.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's drop one skeleton for some summon quality. No, wait, which one do I want to... Yeah, that one is just max skeletons, basically. Ambitions of the Dead, here we go. Oh, hell yeah. No, I'll keep the... I'll keep what I have on that one.
That goblin.
Yeah, I'd rather wreck the village that I just...
It's within range of your murder towers, and I don't think they can counter the attacks from the crossbows.
That one is, yes, but that one isn't.
Ah.
Or wasn't, rather. Yep, that's an upgrade. Hey, that's an upgrade.
Makes these look long. So many goblins are jerks.
Yes, the damage distribution one. Easily the best option.
Interesting enough that one of the 3 super skeletons are working.
Mm-hmm.
I get the feeling that synergizes nicely with the conditions of the
Yeah, probably.
because then you get a tank that heals when he smashes things.
Mm-hmm.
You get to keep him.
Oh, no, I don't want to do that. Okay, never mind. Meow.
It's practice sound of a CH casting a murder spell.
I had no idea that's what that is.
Me neither.
Probably even gonna help.
That's a big boost. I might give up the one extra skeleton for that. That is not a worthwhile trade though. That is a slightly better version of the ring I already have. So sure, I'll switch to that one. Oh, my tailbone. Upgrade.
Still though, sounds like you need the
Extra
extra spell.
skeleton?
Yeah, extra symbol. Extra skeleton is pretty good. I'll give him the one.
Like an extra so you can swap out parts, like when the knee goes bad, or if the baseball player, the rotator cuff goes out.
Yeah, it's very skeleton. I'm never sure it's ready. that drawn-out fight with the counter guys was highly amusing. Just all that summoning you had to do, just watching the medic shield creep up. Yeah, it's all farm this for a moment.
Yeah. Spider weed.
Spider weed, it's got 8 times the yield of normal weed.
Oh, my necklace broke.
What?
Yeah, I don't know what happened there.
Oh yeah, bandits will like steal stuff. Hover over them next time you're fighting them. I mean, look at the field effect. Alright, alright.
251. That's the best one available to me right now. That is slightly better. On your way back, would you mind grabbing me another drink? A cold one. That's all I really care about. Perfect. Thank you.
Wait, I don't think I was safety up there, so I was nowhere near careful enough with some of it. Yeah, I've been underfeeding myself a little bit.
That's no good.
I was got a couple of careful nibbles in, but I was just like, Jim, now. I've been craving calories, have I? Those aren't necessary.
Oh, jeez. Well, I made it through that, and boy, are my arms tired. No. Okay, so
Yeah, that was a nasty kind of fight. I think, I'm gonna look it up right now. You're giving up a lot of magic shield for whatever those secondary effects are.
yeah. What's the matter, Amy?
I don't know if it's so sweet. Huh. Thanks, Ziggurat.
Yep. Broke open that treasury.
For you.
Mm-hmm. Beacon won't really help anywhere, so.
Can I check on this guy's
5% chance to destroy hero's item when attacking.
Oh, they ignored it so long. Rude.
Hmm. Okay. No, that's even more. And oh, that one's better than the one I have equipped. A for secondary stats. Alright, let's, I think I may as well try the boss at this point.
Let's see, do I do it at this point? Or how did they gain XP?
Pretty slowly at now, you know.
Because they got that thing where we can put down tiles to get more XP. So if you get like close to level, then dump the rest of your tiles. That can be helpful.
Yeah. Well, I was going to dump the rest of my most of the rest of my tiles first, anyway. Let's rock. Desert. Desert. Wheat.
Name another storm temple at the campsite.
I'm not sure I can without taking out a big chunk of my attack up. Or not attack, attack speed, rather.
I see it. Yup.
Yep. No. No, that. And also no. Okay, here we go. Yeah. Know your place, dog. Not the most polite greeting I've ever heard. Oh, apologies. I wasn't talking to you. My loyal hounds like to fool around sometimes. Keeping discipline is important. Woof. And as for you, my little hero. Know your place, dog. Who the hell are you? Oh, well, let's see. Sometimes the need arises to kill the whole herd in the pen, but not without a reason, of course. And as you start the culling, a couple of bulls break the fence and run off into the forest. But that won't do. Every one of them has to die. That's the whole point, you see. And that is where the hunter comes in, to track down every rebellious bull and shoot it dead. So don't even talk politeness to me, my little hero. Not only do you avoid the universal annihilation, but also resist this magnificent undertaking. How's that polite? I've heard enough of this kind of talk. I beg your pardon? All of you seem to have some wonderful and profound reason to participate in this cataclysm, and you all ignore the fact that we all want to keep on living. It stinks to be exterminated, you know. Frankly speaking, I don't give a damn. I just enjoy the hunt. And now, if you'll excuse me, I will feed the remnants of your world to my hounds. They'll eat it all in one bite, as if their stomachs were black holes. I hope your hunting skills are as bad as your jokes. Not that it matters. The joke will get you very soon. Sick 'em. Woof.
So check these guys out.
Mm-hmm.
Then like the
Hunter. Pack Sense gains a 100% damage buff and heals for 30% max HP each time an ally dies. Hunter's Horn fills the Hound's attack bar by 50% instead of every second attack. Star Powder, with every shot, distracts attackers from himself if they have other targets to attack. Never misses. Plus 14% attack speed, minus 14% damage. Hunter's Hound. Pack Sense, yeah. Jaunt. When hit 3 times in a row, it escapes to the astral plane and distracts attackers from itself. Returns after 3 attacks, dealing a critical hit with 250% damage. Invincible, cannot be targeted. And same. There we go. I just doesn't say invincible and
Oh, same stuff?
yeah, same stuff.
Really?
Ooh.
Sweet.
Not as good as what I have though. I mean, I could take a level up for the skeletons, but they're already ahead of the curve. There we go. Oh, what fun. Such a shame, cornered by my own game. And killed. Now tell me everything you know. Oh, please, you don't really think now's the moment I acknowledge your power and tell me all I know out of sheer respect, do you? I'm dying here, you know. Not a great time for revelations. And besides, you killed my hounds, you bastard. You think I feel good about that? Don't confuse your motivations with mine. I hope you don't have this annoying habit of coming back to life unharmed, do you? As I lay here dying, a new body has already been made for me in the heart of the greatest black hole. So yes, I will be back. Don't think I'm that easy. My hunt shall continue, and there's no place in the universe where I wouldn't track you down. You don't have to make things so complicated. I'm not going anywhere, and I'm not going to hide. I actually feel better knowing you'll be wasting your time on me instead of destroying other worlds. I hear the sound of the horn and the barking of my loyal hounds. A new hunt begins. A new hunt. These guys are a real nuisance. They give me hope, though. They wouldn't waste their time on me unless I was a real threat to their goal.
Ooh.
Oh, those are all good.
Mm. I'm a big fan of their own parallel. Well, I'm a big fan of the concept of their own parallel mixed with any of those jerks that have range attacks.
Yeah.
Yeah, like if you're fighting worms,
Mm-hmm.
and there are worms nearby.
Bottomless Bottle is nice, though, too.
Mm-hmm. Can you unlock all of them then?
Maybe? I'm not sure. Let's go with Bottomless Bottle for now, though.
Have you picked up the other skill rewards from the priestess?
I have picked up some others, but I didn't pay close enough attention to what they all were at any given time to know if I got all of them before it started offering me only this one.
And you can tell because like the number of options go down.
I don't think they did. And yeah, let's go ahead and retreat.
That's all our safe loot.
What happened? Why the shocked face? Because they nearly tore it off. I still don't quite get how I ended up victorious. There. I think you underestimate yourself. No, I'm serious. That hunter, he had black holes for hounds. I think they can swallow planets whole. And the hunter's weapon, the stars were dying behind me with his every shot. With all that power, he could destroy an entire galaxy. And I'm sure he's already done that a few times. I don't understand how I could have fought him evenly. And only now I realize I could say the same about the Lich and the Priestess. Oh no, don't tell me this encounter broke your spirit. Just look, this place is becoming better. You really shouldn't give up. What are you talking about? It's quite the opposite. I'm fully confident I will succeed. It's not just a coincidence. I have the power to fight this evil and a chance to beat it. A chance, you say? Well, you could say luck is on your side.
Who is this girl?
I don't know.
Yeah, check the hunter's stuff in the encyclopedia real quick.
The hunter prowls the cosmos looking for his prey. His sharp sight allows him to see and track anything immeasurably far, enough to extinguish a star or two with a single sharp shot. His loyal hounds are always there to eradicate the planets that are not worth the gunpowder. Only something truly extraordinary would force the hunter to fight in close quarters, something that would interfere with his usual target practice style of hunt.
And now? Time shards.
A miniature black hole that became a dog by some freaky whim of creation. Its eyes can see millions of galaxies, and its fangs can rip even through the vacuum itself. Any careless move you make will be heard from the other end of the universe. Although shaped like a hound, a black hole still doesn't have enough motivation for anything except passive existence at a singular point in space. But their eternal master and companion can easily rectify this flaw.
So that's amazing. Also, I think when you click the boss, it shows the rewards you've done.
Lore. Impossible. A black hole is not some puppy. You can't force it into servitude. Then how about we bet on it? If I succeed, you won't be wearing any pants for a week. Black hole hounds are even hypothetically impossible. You've already made one, haven't you? No, of course not. No. Oh, I thought you meant. I made two, actually.
What? Okay then.
Some people might call me selfish, but hey, I am selfish. But I'm also helpful. I keep saving this world not because I love the people, but because they love me. Thank you. Always happy to be your idol. See you next Cataclysm. Don't miss it. I will be aside, I promise. And so on. You know how it goes. I'm ready to tear out the throat of the biggest, baddest beast just to see the admiration in their eyes. That's what I always said, but not every metaphor is destined to become reality. A cosmic leviathan came to devour my planet. It could hardly fit in its mouth. Dumb beast. Oh yeah, I decided to start a diary. Had no ink handy, sadly, so I had to make do. Shot that useless creature in the throat. It was only a waste of carbon anyway, and my time too. So yeah, you got it right. These words are written in its blood. At least some use for that giant piece of shit. The years go by. I don't even remember when I became such a powerful bastard. Getting from one star to another now takes less than a second. Of course, there's the occasional risk of hitting a planetoid, useless piles of frozen feces. One day I'll grind them all into dust. There's no being that could rival me on any inhabited planet in this galaxy, but what can you do? Such is my burden of being phenomenal. There's enough of me for everyone. I'll protect all the inhabited worlds. I'll have more spare time once my black hole pups grow up. I'll try reaching the next galaxy then. I bet they need an idol and protector too. But first I have to deal with this advancing void. If someone is behind it, they won't be staying there for long. The darkness approaches. What the hell's happening? Why does no one notice the stars winking out in the skies? Guess I can't protect them from being morons, unlike everything else. Maybe I'm getting paranoid. The hounds have grown since their birth back in... How many eons ago was it? Yeah, it's much easier for me to write a rhetorical question in the diary than try to find the actual date. I shot a few tracer rounds at the impending darkness, and I can tell our meeting is drawing near. Sure, go ahead, my hounds and I are waiting for you. And if I can't handle you, oh, I won't let you get this juicy morsel of the universe anyway. I have enough power to feed every piece of it into the black hole this galaxy orbits. I will survive. I am the hunter, and every threat to this world is my prey. Huh.
Backstory for the bosses. Interesting.
Mm-hmm. Angel, the fury of the heavens contained within a suit of armor and bearing a pair of wings. Only the most righteous can call upon the help of angels, and they will fully trust that call and follow it through in their fight against evil. You may disagree with their opinion about you being unclean, but don't waste your breath trying to change their mind. They do not judge, they only carry out the sentence. A look of pure disappointment. I asked her what angels are and where they come from, and that was the only answer she gave me. Does it matter? You absolutely need to study a miracle before you can admire it? That's what she was trying to tell me. And she was absolutely right. I don't know what I'm more ashamed of, for asking those questions or for still yearning to know the answers. Priestess. Guided by her faith, she is ready and willing to punish heretics and apostates of all kinds. Her icy stare and fiery speeches will pierce anyone's heart, and if they don't, then the piercing will be done by the swords of the angels she summons. She protects herself with immaculate windows of colorful stained glass that distracts the eye and mesmerizes the mind.
Oh, I see. It's the text logs from the first to third encounters and kills.
Say what?
Up top, where I thought there was something to do with the stuff
Oh.
we've gotten from them.
Yeah.
Mr. Della.
Oh, yeah. So yeah, since I accidentally missed the second one of hers on stream, and haven't done, the third one will repeat if I do her again on stream, which I probably will.
Phrasing.
Sorry. Could you please stop? Please hear me out. What, you again? Is it the Lich's magic? You don't look like an undead, but I don't have any other explanation. Omicron, the dead sorcerer. I remember now. Did you kill him? I spent so long with him trying to explain the emptiness of his knowledge, sharing my vision. I will miss these attempts to set him on a righteous path. And no, it has nothing to do with his magic. Then how? Forget it. I actually don't care. Thank you for the offer. I refuse. You're just scared. You want to know if I'm really telling the truth, right? If you knew the Maker really is the one who returns everything to oblivion, would you accept it and submit? Are you asking out of curiosity? Let me think. I'm asking because I want to help you. To tell the truth, even knowing you're right wouldn't change a thing. But why? It is literally the will of the Maker. You're telling me all this nonsense just because you're unable to comprehend it all. How can you still resist knowing this is his will? I don't know. That's how we're made to be, I guess. Know that I will oppose you again and again. Maybe someday we'll be able to continue this conversation, but not today, for I am filled with anger. Is it righteous anger? It is righteous anger. Unacceptable. You can rage all you want. Your rage won't stop me. I am enraged, but not at you. I was given such power, but I am unworthy. I cannot convince even a single fool to lower his weapon. One more servant of God shall perish because of me. This is it. I'm burning your body this time. Farewell to you. Burn me, cut me to pieces, bury me. There's no difference. I am the faith itself. Do you think you can kill faith? No, but I think that I've learned a lot from you. I will have faith. I will have faith in this world, and I will believe in my success. Sigma is the best one of us. She is kind and devout. Her sermons are simple but so sincere. She doesn't just believe, she knows. Her service is not in her gentle smile or her kind words, but in her burning hatred for all evil and injustice. Her pilgrimage takes her to the most distant lands, where she often suffers wounds so grievous that she survives only by a miracle. Any evil she encounters, however insurmountable it might seem, is cut down by the angels she guides. Why am I so ashamed to look her in the eye? Is it because my faith is too weak? Just how much harder should I pray? How much more should I abandon to become at least a fraction like her? Her last journey ended in failure. I pray for her health. There hasn't been any news about her for a long time. This already happened before. I know the heavens will protect their most devoted daughter, but I worry still. I can barely eat because of the stress. The sisters worry for me. I don't feel well at all. Every day my spirit weakens. How could Sigma abandon us when I need her so? I've sinned too much. I'm too impure. If she were here, all this blasphemy in my head would just dissipate like a cloud of black smoke. My prayers give me strength. I'm doing a week's worth of hard work in one day, and my body never grows tired anymore. Is this the result of my prayers for her health? My hair is turned gray, but everyone tells me I look even younger than before. The sickness should fade as soon as I see our dear Sigma again. I pray for everything, constantly. My clothes were brought to me. All doubt will disappear today. This diary has no meaning now, but I will write this page in memory of our sister. I am to comfort what remains of her mind and her body until it fades completely. I'm very sorry that my return means another death, but so is the higher will, so it's for the greater good. The pain of her physical changes has ceased, and her spiritual suffering will soon be over too. As she closes her eyes, I, Sigma, open these eyes, now mine. I shall greet a new day, and in the name of all my sisters, this day won't be for naught.
Weird. Parasitic Rhesus.
Some time ago I had a thought. What if I'm too young for such magical power? What if my juvenile wish to fix this world is too powerful? It's all too easy for me to fall into the trap and presume only I know the one true path for all existence. I fear there will be no one capable of stopping me. The magical community only tolerates me out of necessity. They have no way to hurt me, no matter how they try. My array of protective spells on my body can automate its functions, and it exceeds all expectations. I remember how the campaigner for the council snuck poison into my food when he came to solicit my membership. I doubled up in pain and sickness, but the protective spells took over. The body was able to beat the poisoner in a magic duel so quickly and efficiently, and developed an antidote based on the remains of the food. Or maybe it tortured the necessary knowledge out of the still-living poisoner. There's no telling now. I must continue to improve my creation. So much unfinished research and so little time. But what if I could automate my body as I sleep? That would be highly efficient. Only the decay of the cosmos worries me still. Entropy is merciless. All types of energy inevitably dissipate as static uniformity sets in. I have the power to make the stars in the sky exchange places. I can separate expanses from all other existence. I can see and absorb the necessary streams of reality, yet I cannot stop the entropy. This helplessness is weighing me down. If I fail, there will be no one left to do it. My protective spells, or imitative spells more accurately, are my magnum opus. As I age, I begin to lose consciousness more often, and the woven spell array takes over. Each time I wake up, I see how perfect my creation truly is. Every decision, all the work, the notes, and the experiments, as if I made it in my prime. Even the rare mistake is where I would have made it myself. This imitation is flawless. I'm not even sure what I am right now. Am I an old man full of sanity and health? Or the weave controlling an unconscious feeble body? I am dead. The question of who I am now is moot. sadness and sorrow. Good. Good. This means I was astute enough to consider emotions in the imitation. My decisions wouldn't be exactly mine without them. No more reason to keep the flesh preserved. That would be impractical. The skeleton shall suffice. One could think my current independent existence as an array of spells is the final point, but I won't make that mistake. Anything that doesn't evolve is doomed for oblivion. Even without my original, I have much room for improvement. The solution to the entropy still eludes me. Luckily, the confines of a short lifespan are no more, and I have all the time to find the answers. My old calculations of the universe's dynamic expansion are incorrect. The zone of non-existence beyond the Ism and Auric galaxies was always there. But why didn't I account for this simple fact at the core of all my research?
Please tell me there's not lore for every monster.
Yep.
Oh boy.
They say even the trees have ears. The rustle of steps, the clanking of armor, a ragged breath. From an alder tree to a maple tall, they will quietly whisper about who you are. And when hear laughter echo in the dark treetops, you'll see your own creaking reflection stumbling towards you. I've met such a strange creature. At first I thought it was just another soldier like me, and I wanted to greet him. But then I saw his face. It was deformed like a caricature of a real man. His skin looked like it was made from molten clay. He looked at me with anger and meant me nothing but harm. Red juice spilled out of this creature with every hit, and that terrified me. I managed to beat that fiend down. I can't wait to return home to my root mother and have a nap in the pile of autumn leaves. A note made on a scrap of human skin. Ugh. Who left this wooden dummy here? Hey, where are you dragging me? You want a story about the fishmen? Well, one time I yanked my fishing pole so hard the fish flew right into my face, and after that they started calling me Ivor the Breamhead. What about goblins? Well, my uncle is just like one of them. The only thing he knows is how to drink mead. Want to hear about the books? Nah, I can't read. Can't even find a tavern sign if there's no picture on it. And now untie me. You're a strange piece of wood, you know. But you seem all right. See ya. From the Forest Adventure Notes of Trevor the Botanical.
Oh, there's a dark slime?
Mm-hmm.
That different from regular slime, I take it?
Mm-hmm.
Cosmic.
One of the very few indigenous species of these strange times, the dark slime feels very much at home in the ruins of the now forgotten world.
Friendly fire. Might attack an ally. Huh.
Planet configuration. Integrity violation 0-14V2. Attach 1. A creature doesn't disappear within the 0-point bounds when the quintessence source is removed. 4 cases. Temporarily replaced with Cosmos Concentrate. Further research required. A report by illegible. Sand Spirit. A creature made of sand, magic, and the will of the Great Desert. Its granular body looks like it's about to fall apart from a single wrong move, but don't expect an easy fight. The Great Desert cherishes its omnipresent children and tenderly cloaks each of them in a protective shroud of magic heat. It was strictly forbidden, but Iban still took his enchanted water skin with him. The water skin could fill itself when shaken, a priceless miracle as the caravan's path lied through the desert. We aren't yet used to the heat of the southern roads. The attack was sudden and swift. Streams of sand turned carts over and impaled the cattle. Ooh. The attackers moved freely in the sandstorm. The survivors were few. We filled our water bags with camel blood, knowing full well how hard it would be to return home by foot. I found Ibun's dried-up body. His water bag was useless, as though stripped of all magic. Reject the flesh, become my kin. Your path shall be a radiant eternity. That's what the Sand Traveler told me when we had first met. I laughed off his suggestion as I drew my sword, all too eager to cut my answer into his crumbly body. But now I am very old, my death is at hand, and it scares me. With sorrow in my eyes, I look upon this land that slowly aged into desert, and hope out there they still expect me to accept the offer. I'm telling you, I've got an admirer, and he's hot too, tall and handsome. Well, more of a mysterious type, so I haven't exactly seen the face, but look, it's not the point. He's into me, follows me everywhere, to a village, through a field, amidst the marshes. If that's not true love, then what is?
Talking.
I think he's just too shy to break the ice. Tomorrow I'll take initiative. From Edna's letter.
Kerfuffle? Is there a normal slime?
Yeah.
So dark slime is a different kind of slime.
Yes.
Yep.
A grotesque worm of considerable size. Its main body is covered in a thick hide, and its head sports an elaborate structure of bone and chitin plates for additional protection. The thick hide of this creature is a part of its digestive system. The enormously high temperature of its insides is enough to melt even small rocks, and it would dissipate without a good thick layer of insulation. They say the worms found home in the ruins because they feed on the magical artifacts of an ancient civilization, and soon they will die out on their own. But with all the treasure hunters going there and ending up as worm food, I hardly believe it. Stories collected by Gregor the Suspicious. On that day I was first blinded by the shining treasures, and then a second time by the burning spit of a worm. An ex-explorer. Men of science are puzzled to see the flaming worms do appear in our very own homes and palaces. Our capital is now filled with the creatures that only belong in the desolate lands. Scholars brand them as vultures that prey on dying civilizations. Then how come these creatures are in our lands? Our land is in its prime, no matter who you ask. Our power is immense. There isn't a single serious threat to us, and there won't be one for thousands of years hence. The Chronicles of the Fall of the Faradas Empire.
I misread that as the Faradas Empire.
A shapeless mass, a child of paradox, creeping blades of grass, rising chunks of earth, metal sheen from its many ears of wheat. And I thought, maybe it doesn't know how to properly exist, so it exists as best as it can, inept, shy, and shapeless. Scarecrow. Farmers believe it will guard their crops against any unwelcome guests. Sometimes this protection is taken too far. Such practices are quite dangerous, but scarecrows are very good at guarding the crops and usually don't hurt their naive creators. As for any strangers that are unlucky enough to find themselves in a wheat field, well, a good harvest for the winter is much more important than some strangers walking away with their lives. I bore witness to a spring sowing ritual, the singing, dancing, and the placing of the scarecrows. They have no idea what's hidden in these ancient traditions. Their spring dance is nothing but a ritual for enchanting these artificial guardians. The songs contain lines in an ancient language, the orders to protect the crops against everybody except the people present at the ritual. I tried to explain it to them, but they just laughed and poured me some more beer. Ravens, born with blackened souls, whisper to the scarecrows of the precious shine of gold, of the blood red as the gemstones, of the harvest that comes. Patrick McWalsh, behind the poplars. Enchant your scarecrow for only 5 silver coins, protect your crops from thieves, and if your husband tries to stick his carrot in some other woman, he'll have to say goodbye to his tomatoes. All right, then. living armor. When it comes to creating life by forging and molding metal, the craftsmen of the Blacksmithing Guild achieved many impressive feats. These feats of theirs are often seen wandering the countryside. The clanking of the armor plates and the moans of despair from not knowing their place in the world is enough to strike terror into common folk. Yeah, I saw one yesterday, just as you described. Old-fashioned armor, asking strange questions, didn't even ask for a drink or a winch, only wanted to climb our roof and watch the stars. Left a good tip, though. Oh, don't just look at the food. Go ahead, try some. Isolde, my little girl, is already 5 years old. She took a liking to the Tin Knight and said the way he runs is so funny. He should be marching, though, but I'm happy with it so far. A different combination of hits with the enchanted hammer and some hardening in the herbal solution should do the trick. I think I can to teach it how to dance. The apprentice blamed me for missing my daughter's wedding. I didn't even know about it. My armor can now complete an obstacle course, and it can even find the shortest way through. A real triumph. Yesterday I forged my best metal into a splendid sword for General Manger. Today he died in battle, as my sword was cutting through the enemies like paper, not a single nick on the blade. The same goes for all the weapons I make. People are just too fragile to handle my gift, and I'm gonna fix that.
Mad Henrik.
Flesh Golem. A mess of flesh, bone, and wood, easily mistaken for an undead creature, the Blood Golem is actually a fruit of a blood tree. Blood Golem. Editing. It can barely last for a week, but in that short time it's able to break many spines. The massive body alone is formidable weapon. Few creatures can survive a direct hit with the heavy, meaty arm.
Annoying abilities, too.
Uh-huh. My Gramps used to tell me about the Red Thickets. It was around the Northern Road, he said, where he and his friend used to gather mushrooms. One day they were jumped by a huge carcass, ribs sticking out and all. It killed Gramps' friend with a single blow, and then it just fell apart. Hot steam and chunks of meat, and that's it. Then the red trees grew all over that road, and no one goes there anymore. If you're lost in a blood grove, you'll always find a way back, or at least a part of you will. A knee or a collarbone, depends on how lucky you are. Horace of Frogchester. Bad habits of the forests, notes of the meat golems.
Frogchester.
Or maybe that would just be pronounced Froster.
I like Frogchester.
Or Frogster.
Frogs.
Froster.
Frogster. Naps are for amphibians.
The blood grove doesn't feed on all the flesh it consumes. The best bits are used to create a blood golem. The grove's way of seed propagation. An intact skeleton of an anthropomorphic creature serves as the base structure of the golem. Brains of sentient species are employed to control the assorted of muscles, which are haphazardly attached to the carcass of bones. Hivaru Shat, the Lesser Compendium of Beasts. Gargoyle, an enchanted statue that abandoned its posts. Although created by magic, a gargoyle is not a magical creature per se. One can only guess how this heap of rock can fly, and why it prefers to fight the usual way instead of just crushing the victim with its weight from above. A most ordinary pile of rocks with a rather uncommon spell at its core. The decor is superfluous, its stone wings are not required for flight, and the granite jaws are unable to bite or chew. A long time ago I realized that the most disgusting thing about these creatures are their makers. They knew their creations would be killing people for their greed, and yet they not just proceeded to create these weapons, they also decided that it would be cute to decorate it. That is beyond cold, even for a cruel heart. Hivaru Shat, the Lesser Compendium of Beasts. Only today, an unbelievably generous offer. Enchantment of every third statue for only half the price. Free encrusted rubies in the eye sockets and additional optional gold coating with an order of 10 enchantments or more. Offer eligible only for enchantments performed by acolytes. Rubies may be substituted with magically transmuted glass. Gold paint required for the coating sold separately. Limited time offer from a flyer of the Guild of Enchanters. No, you ain't getting it. What if we steal the gargoyle itself? We ain't gonna be touching no treasure, so it ain't be hurting us. We'll bring it home and set it there nice and proper, and then start bringing the rest of the treasure to it. So technically speaking, the gargoyle is still gonna be guarding it, which means we ain't be stealing it. On the contrary, we'll be returning the treasures to its statue. And if the house around the statue is mine, then the treasures are mine too. So I'll be able to spend it as I please, and the gargoyle ain't be saying a word. Smart plan, isn't it? The words of Mark the Daydreamer, as told at his funeral.
Sounds like it didn't work.
Mm-hmm. Harpies are wise, beautiful, and deadly. The gift of foresight helps them find prey, their sharp eyes notice the best way to capture it, and their strong wings provide the means to execute their plan. Their claws, so sharp they easily jab into solid stone, more than compensate for the lightweight frames and frailty of their bodies. The Harpies' mental connection to the world is not only extremely strong, but also vital to their lives. The fewer creatures live in their presence, the stronger their inner sight becomes. The bigger picture of the intertwined events is harder to perceive when someone else's destiny made of chaos and potential obscures the view from nearby. Maybe this is the reason why they build their nests in the frozen peaks of the greatest mountains, far away from those who value living long and comfortable lives. Traveling through places inhabited by harpies, one should always have some fish fillet on them. Should a harpy decide to attack you, it is not impossible to exchange said fillet for your life. 9 out of 10 harpies would prefer soft halibut to a skin and bones traveler. And if that fails, well, at least you tried. Shouldn't have stepped into the harpy's land. The Guide to Mountains and Other Rough Spots. Ivor spent the whole night drinking, then come morning left the house with a terrible hangover. He still tried to count the cows. What's that? I can't believe it. Cows are flying in the sky. For a week or two, the harpies ate beef every day and night.
Folks telling me about Ivor the Fool.
Bandits. Greedy wretches are an obligatory sight around any well-off village. Wherever coins jingle, daggers follow suit. Unlike the city thieves, who are stealthy out of necessity and scatter if they see so much as a shadow of a guard, these footloose village bandits do their mugging out in the open and know they'll be getting away scot-free. The only thing they fear is not being able to carry all their loot at once. I was beaten to a pulp and mugged right in the middle of the village that night. The locals tended to my health for a couple of days, then gave me some old clothes and a promise to find the blackguards and punish them with all severity of the local tradition. Yet I couldn't bring myself to believe them. The reason for that, among other things, was because I noticed some of the well-wishers wearing my own items. Velier de Penny was the greediest rascal in all of the history of thievery. He used to shake village huts of all their possessions, and he wasn't above taking even the cat bowls. The beggars would hide their alms hats, the merchants would grab their cabbages and turnips like their dearest children. The villain's lair was discovered half a century after his demise. It was filled to the brim with both treasure and random junk. He had stolen so much, the 16 underground levels were barely enough to contain all the goods. Paul Joyful's 7 Deadly Joys.
Specifically stolen cabbages.
Heaps of loot here, I'm telling you. This Count's farmers are going crazy from the good life. Just look at the silver. Say, where's Mikolash and the rest? Relax, the vampire ain't be laying a finger on us. People are like bugs to them. So what if a couple got killed? It ain't like he'll spot it from his castle, right? From The 10 Lethal Mistakes of a Novice Robber, a Thieves' Guild Almanac. Ghoul, a poor fellow sucked dry by a vampire, a walking corpse looking for living flesh to compensate for the life that was taken from it, serves the will of the vampire yet cannot rest even when their master expires. The rare moans of these creatures are merely attempts to imitate the active breathing of a living creature and should not be mistaken for calls to peaceful communication. 4 days ago, the Count paid us a visit to tell the children about his savage brethren and why we should have good protection against their fangs and claws. Took us a long time to convince the kids the half-dead villagers with empty eyes and rotten hearts were just, how was it? Mentaphor. The road was wicked in the night, the fool named Ivor had a fright, a pair of ghouls with rotten teeth. You're not the ones I want to meet. He threw his axe, the first was out, he stabbed the other with a shout. The fight seemed easy, but alas, the first one's rising from the grass. Folk song about Ivor the Fool. A tower up and appeared on the hill overnight. The men took their axes and went to see what's going on. My husband was not himself since he got back. He doesn't eat, he just stares at the wall and mumbles something strange. I locked myself in the room with the kids. Gonna go to the sister-in-law tomorrow. Maybe she can help. Goblin Leader. Few goblins comprehend the concept of hierarchy, but every goblin knows for sure the leader will lead them to the fastest catch and set up the best ambush. They also know living in submission is much better than getting stabbed, and if anybody doesn't know, the leader will educate them in the most direct way there is. One day our crew had a new recruit, a clever one, Gorka was his name. Always walked around wrapped in cloth and other stuff, fought for 10 men and ate for 3. Our commander was always pleased with that kind of math. Then a year later, we were all drinking together, as you do. Then the Sarge hit him on the head so hard his helmet fell off, and under that helmet we saw Gorka had a goblin's muzzle for a face. But we were all friends there by that time, so we just took that helmet, put it back on the head nicely, and never told a soul. He couldn't even remember why he got into our squad to begin with, so he just stayed to serve with us, training the rookies. One of the stories collected by Gregor the Suspicious. 2 days ago, the goblins lost their leader. It seems the lack of leadership scares them. They chose one goblin from their ranks, seemingly at random, and began feeding him. They kept bringing him food for the whole day, and even chewed down the bones for him so he could eat faster. The goblin's muscle mass grew rapidly, and his behavior started to change. Little by little, he began shouting at the others, and beating them for being too slow. An excerpt from a scout's report. In any group of goblins, there's always a leader, not just in a fighting band, but even in a gang with a more peaceful purpose. Goblin builders, cooks, craftsmen, even the so very rare farmers, they always have a leader. With beatdowns and swearing, that leader directs the actions of the band so that they may accomplish their goals. That is the goblin way of instilling order and discipline, which stunningly contradicts the goblin's craving for chaos. Guide on Tactics and Strategy of Intelligent Creatures. Goblin, a vicious tribe living in mountain regions. They usually venture outside in small groups to find some loot, get some knowledge, or just for the fun of it. Civilized enough to use tools, but not enough to engage in peaceful negotiations. Their teeth are razor sharp, but in battles they usually prefer to use daggers, mainly because it's too hard to bite and curse at the same time. Goblins can learn to imitate anything in a very short time. There's even a story about a goblin who learned to write books while not being able to read, and his novels were quite good, they say. Elders say that mountains grow while goblins build their homes. The more goblins in the holes, the more blood from mountains flows. A children's rhyme? Ugh. A few years ago, we, along with the captain's Houndshield squad, came upon a drunken goblin. He evaded our blades like a circus rat and beheaded 4 of our men. After finally cornering the pest, the captain cut it in half, but the stench that came from its corpse was so vile the captain immediately died where he stood. Sergeant Dobby Jasper about the dastardly goblins. Watcher. Little is known about the Watchers. Usually they are seen just staring at something intently. Rarely do they enter their tower, only to return soon after and continue their watch. They rarely intrude on any events taking place unless the course of history changes drastically. He told me the stars are going out, one after another, the most distant ones first, unseen to our eyes. He said they had begun disappearing thousands of years ago, and almost no stars are left now. I didn't believe him, of course. I can still see all the 18 stars from the top of the hill where they always were. An extract from the report to the head of the Astronomical Society.
That's not a lot of stars.
No. New trophy, Observer. During the siege, an unknown creature appeared. It was just floating in the air and nothing else, so we continued the assault. We breached the east gate soon after, and the enemy started pouring the boiling oil on our heads. And then I heard a voice inside my head. That is not how it must happen, and the oil didn't harm us at all. We successfully pressed on, broke through the enemy defenses. A field report by Captain Jarrow. Back when I was a little girl, I got lost and came upon a lonely tower. Its door was open. Inside, I saw thousands of glass walls with unimaginable paintings on them. Great shining lights surrounded by stars, creatures just like in my grandmother's fairy tales, cities made of light and water. Then a man in a cape told me, the defiler's line must not be broken, you must live. And in the next moment, I was standing in front of my home estate. You're the collector of stories. Let my tale, crossed out, be in your collection too. One of the stories collected by Gregor the Suspicious. Swarm of Bats.
This little girl was a progenitor of something called the Defiler. That's not great for her.
A small fraction of a vampire's hunger expressed into this world. It can easily be mistaken for swarming magical creatures, but in truth it's nothing more than a single vampire's thirst for blood made manifest. The red fur and the squeaking and flapping of the hundreds of webbed wings, these are the unmistakable signs of a crimson swarm. And what about their habit of making pets from their own blood? Just what is wrong with them, I want to know. And if I lop off my own leg and make it crawl around, would you call it a familiar too? And the squeaking these parasites make, even their masters can't stand it. A wooden stool would make a better companion. As I Impaled the Bourgeois by Kedlo Thrin, a vampire hunter. I haven't seen so many bloodsuckers since my mother's birthday. From the letters of the Countess of Meadow Valley. Our village had never served no bloodsucker, even during the hunger that came after the war. When the goblins came down from the mountains, many folk died. Everyone would have died if it wasn't for Marius. He cut open his wrist and made a swarm of crimson bats from his very own blood. The swarm dealt with the marauders and forced the surviving goblins into a retreat. The vampire brought salvation, and we accepted him as our protector. But now that I am to become his food, I ain't ashamed to say I always hated Marius all these years. Better to die as humans than to live as cattle. One of the stories collected by Gregor the Suspicious.
Sus.
Vampire. The noble feeding on the blood of the common folk is a very vivid expression. The thing is, it's not just a figure of speech. A vampire enjoys infinite lifespan and phenomenal physical, magical, and intellectual abilities. All these features make vampires great reformists and innovators. These days, however, nearly all vampires went insane because of the long stay in the empty void and the immense hunger for blood. They fight with long claws as tough as bone, ripping through the flesh of their victims. Mutual benefit is the cornerstone of civilization, yet when I told the people in the faraway lands that vampires protect us, they wouldn't believe me. No one remembers when the first contract had been signed. Vampires offer us protection from monsters and grant us knowledge. Under their noble guidance, our cities are thriving. Of course, some people go missing from time to time, and there is an occasional village full of ghouls, but that's a small price for such generous gifts. Gregor the Suspicious again. We sent Dudley to the Count to settle a village dispute about 2 cows, we told him. The pesky Dudley was none the wiser. He didn't know that if you're asking about the 2 cows, you ain't coming back. A day of country life. Oh, Marius, I can't wait to see the left wing of the castle finished. The manservant workers have grown too slow. Mayhaps I go too soft on them. They keep groveling, even as I only consume 1 or 2 per month. I've sent the last one to the village so that he fetches me more. An excerpt from a lost letter. Let's do these in this order. Ghost. A trace of a life cut short, made from the cold and the inability to comprehend its own demise. Ghosts are always anthropomorphic, even if they weren't human in life. It's possible that every creature sees ghosts in their own way, interpreting the image in a manner most convenient for their mind. When a man with a strong spirit faces his death, his soul will manifest itself in the form of a ghost. Ghosts may be of various shapes and demeanors. Some of them can be quite intelligent, while others are just mindless beings tied to an object. There are reasons to believe that ghosts possess an ability to evolve through the use of some mysterious artifacts. An extract from John Joderly's Academic Pursuits. Lady Camille's family was absolutely positive she was quite awful as a person, and an even worse singer during her life. After her death, all the people who lived for miles around her castle got a chance to discover that themselves. The Valley of the Ghostly Screams Travel Guide. Most people die in agony, or before their time, or by violence, and nearly all of them have some unfinished business left. Why are ghosts so uncommon, then? Is something else required to keep the soul in this world? There are ways of pinning a soul to our world while the person is still alive. That's how ghosts are born. There are plenty of ways to pay with a part of your soul. I need more subjects to try out all of them. From a diary of an unknown necrotic cultist. Ghost of a ghost. An ethereal being devoid of flesh, mind, and any justification of existence. A swarm of chaotically intertwined ghostly bodies that are surprisingly synchronized in their actions. Maybe it's their hatred for all living that brings them together, and quite literally so. Just listen to the name. Yes, it's simply insane. If we consider a ghost to be an essence of life and mind, then what is a ghost of a ghost supposed to be? Life essence of an entire bloodline refracted through the demise of a single being? A composite manifestation of a whole species? If you want my opinion, what we're dealing with is a huge pain in the neck. That's all you need to know about these creatures. Hivaldo, an Undertaker. All my relatives, from brothers and sisters to the most distant grandparents, always loved my great-grandmother. That's why no one was very surprised to see a whole bunch of ghostly heads appear after the exorcist I hired finally banished her from my wedding. Laurentia the Blackcurrant. I saw a toy like that made in the faraway lands, a doll made of pretty painted wood. If you open it up, there's a smaller doll inside, just like that. And a smaller one than that, and a smaller one that one, and so on, and they keep getting smaller and smaller. Who even thought of a thing like this? I thought back then. And then one night I got into a bad mess on the road by the battlefield, barely escaped with my life, and now I do understand what could have inspired the maker of that trinket. Tales from the Fair, Book 3.
Is that how much Godall's getting about?
Prime Matter. A creature beyond all comprehension. There are no words to fully describe it, and no words to describe it even partially. Both nothing and everything simultaneously. This writing is about me. I'm writing with your hands. I'm reading with your eyes. I know that I don't understand this because you don't, because I am everything. Every living being is me. A recurrent passage found in multiple different sources. Chest. A solid box made of wood and metal. A pretty common thing. Completely unremarkable compared to its contents. They are terrible beasts often underestimated by adventurers. They can crush your fingers with their heavy lids, or even cut you with a dagger hidden inside. And don't even get me started about all the splinters. Excuses of a cowardly hero. Day 738 in search of the chest maker. During the last few months, I found and classified 7 more chests. The earliest of the bunch is about 5 centuries old, and one of them was made less than 3 years ago, but both were definitely made by the same craftsman. The owner of the latter chest told me his uncle made it. I hope it's not yet another dead end. From the Diary of a Chest Seeker. My friend Toasty just kept on yapping about the new chest of his. Toasty's brother-in-law kicked the bucket and ended up in a box. So Toasty ended up with the chest. Told me the brother-in-law dragged it back from some battlefield or another. First he boasted that piece of furniture made him like a noble, but now he's all sorry about it. Said he's been hearing voices and seeing shades and all that. Then one fine night he runs to my house and starts banging on my door and howling murder. Says the chest was open and it was watching him. And that's after he put a lock on it. I told him to bog off. Haven't seen him for a week now. One of the stories collected by Gregor the Suspicious. Mimic. A nebulous creature of indescribable composition capable of imitating the form of any given object. Mimics are the best at what they do. In several cases known to history, a sleeping chest mimic was unlocked with a key. Yet history knows many more cases when a chest mimic devoured a poor soul who approached it too close. It attacks with an array of rigid pseudopods that comprise almost all of its body. The mimics surround us in life. Take the coins in the pocket of an old jacket. Where do they come from? Or the odd pair of nails in a drawer, a spare plate in the kitchen. The bloodthirsty chests adventurers find on their way are but the weakest members of their species. Too impatient and incapable of elaborate mimicry, they are too easily discovered. Just reach out or hit them, and that's it. I must publish this article as soon as possible. Everyone must know the truth. Mr. Zarakal was found choked to death with a metal rake tightly wrapped around the neck. What a terrible suicide.
Wow, Inspector Vegas is an idiot.
Mm-hmm.
Poor mimic.
Beth Barlow was an optimistic old lady. She could always find a way to profit from virtually anything. When a voracious mimic turned up in her basement, she saw it as an opportunity to get rid of cockroaches, rats, smelly drunkards, annoying neighbors, tax collectors, greedy grandchildren, and finally her own boredom. Paul Joyful, 7 Deadly Joys. Mimics can spend years waiting for their prey without moving at all. The tenacity and modesty of these wonderful creatures deserves great admiration. They have the capacity to become apex predators, yet they stay true to their principles and keep punishing humanity's greed. From an academic research paper on the blasted fiends. Blood clot. A bloody mess driven by fading memories of the form and motives it had in life. The handful of bones that form the frame of this undead body can hardly support it, and yet, again and again, it tries to rise from the ground and continue the fight. But every clumsy move and every attack only weakens it further. Its liquid body is easy to splash, but hard to wound. Fighting a blood clot is more of a last tribute to the unknown warrior it once was, so that they may finally meet their death, not from the wounds, but from realizing their long-awaited defeat had happened long ago. Cutting across on the Forbidden Road, I made it in time for the fair, but it nearly cost me my life. The road was awful. My wheels kept getting stuck in the shrubs and the slurping mud. My horses were going crazy. I could hardly see the road in the dark of the night. But you can't even imagine how grateful I am for that. Had I seen it all with my own eyes, I would have surely lost my mind. My horses and cart were drenched in blood, and bones and chunks of rotten flesh were sticking out of the wheels. For the first time in my life, I felt surviving was more important than making a profit. Tales from the Fair. Legend says they appear to people who committed some sort of betrayal in a place inhabited by ghosts, but I have no idea why it attacked me then. It wasn't a betrayal, she was practically asking for it. Laurentia the Blackcurrant.
There again.
Marius, this is simply adorable. These peasants actually think blood clots are the vampires doing. Such utter nonsense. I threatened to turn anyone who dares to spread these dirty rumors into a clot of blood with my own hands. But now I suspect I may have made it worse. Now there are whispers that it was definitely my doing. Giving speeches is not my forte, Marius. I'm used to baring my fangs, not hiding them behind a smile. I'm confident that you of all beings know why these blood roads keep appearing, and that you could help me deal with them. An excerpt from a lost letter. Skeleton, a warrior who fell in battle, long buried and decomposed, awoken from death as if an agonizing sleep, and already geared for battle that they think never ended. A graveyard is, of course, a pretty dangerous place, and cremation is a much more practical choice, but depriving the dead from the chance to come back just because of our desire for safety would be downright disrespectful, even if all that returns is a pile of bones, some rusty gear, and tranquil fury. As you attend the graveyard to mourn a dead relative, you may risk actually meeting said relative walking among the graves, and the idea of trying to talk to them might prove fatal. When a dead person passes the veil which separates their world from ours, their mind becomes blinded with an only desire to decrease the numbers of the living. Monica Oscuro, a chronicler from Morel. Honorable citizens, last week smoke was seen rising above the crematorium. We are deeply disappointed with this incident. Our grand graveyard, located on the outskirts of the city, is half empty, and the graves are especially soft this time of the year. We sincerely hope you will make the right decision in the future. A necrotic cult leaflet. A pile of bones, eh? Every skeleton is a warrior, forged in battles and in death itself. A walking fortress of rage and ashes. For years they've been accumulating that rage in their graves. Now they're back and they're quite confident they have the strength to spool your guts around their swords. Sergeant Dobby Jasper's welcoming speech for the new recruits of the burial unit.
I'm settling.
Skeleton Archer. A raw-boned wielder of a raw-boned weapon. Its origin is not very different from its blade-wielding brethren. The only difference between the two is its unwillingness to close in on its targets. I complained to you about the swords people put in the graves of their dead relatives, making our work harder. I asked you to do something about it, and I had no idea you'd be able to make this far worse. Yesterday I was following my usual habit, throw the stun stone from afar before I go and collect the spinal cord, but then I discovered an arrow sticking out of my leg. You're lucky that leg already had necrosis. From the private letters of the necrotic cult. One thing I still can't understand, why do skeleton archers even need quivers? If I'd become an archer when I die, I would immediately get rid of my quiver and keep all the arrows in the ribcage. It's practical, innovative, stylish. Necromancers would say, look, there's something different about that guy. It's no big deal, but it would still be nice. It's amazing, but this undead creature's weapon has to be considered a part of its being. No bow or arrow would survive even a dozen years burrowed within the soil. Did I say barrowed?
Mm-hmm.
Buried. The heck? When a skeleton archer rises from the grave, its bones are not the only thing that's being held together magically. If you look at its weapon close enough, you'll see numerous tears and cracks. While living skeletons themselves are able to move without any muscles or ligaments, their weapons too follow suit, somehow functioning while being absolutely unusable. This ability to pass undead features to inanimate objects contains great potential. From a book of necrotic research. Cracked skeleton. An animated skeleton is a living corpse rid of its soft tissue, but who says that losing some of the bones is certain to end its existence? I'm not even surprised that a skeleton fights even more furiously after you smash off an arm or a leg. These bones and remains are the only things they've got left, and now you're taking away even that. Sometimes it becomes so angry it slams into your shield so hard the last few bones turn into dust. If you crush a skeleton's head, don't think your head can't be crushed next. The professor said my experiments wouldn't yield any results, but he was wrong. 6 ribs and 1 jaw is more than enough to contain a mind, and vertebrae can be replaced with phalangeal bones. Now comes my next stage, splitting one full skeleton into 2 partial ones. From the laboratory notebook found on the right half of a necromancy school applicant. Ooh. Spider. The huge size does nothing good for this creature's survival or agility, making it a relatively easy target. Another trait that separates it from other arachnids is its communal way of life, closely resembling that of bees or ants. It uses an organic blade hidden in its abdomen to kill its victims. An important discovery was made when it was found that these spiders live in a symbiotic relationship with a dangerous parasite living in a spider's abdomen. The arachnid's main weapon is actually a spiked appendix of the said parasite. The dissolving poison of the spider's fangs is used only as a last resort. The parasite is also responsible for the growth of the spider's muscular tissue. This can explain the giant size, which is usually unreachable for arachnids. Hivaru Shad. Lesser Compendium of Beasts.
I thought that thing was horrible.
Mm-hmm. Upon seeing a giant spider, you shouldn't try staring it down. Close your eyes, relax, and think about the soft rustling sounds of the wheat fields. It's always better to die thinking about something nice. Torrens Landworth, Memoirs of an Old Hunter. Most people will tell you clearing the lands from spider colonies is very important, but you would have trouble finding those who will claim a single cocoon won't bother anyone. The remains of those people are usually found inside the said cocoon. Ratwolf. One could say this is just a giant forest rat if it wasn't for its wolf-like behavior. When a rat wolf fights, it always tries to knock back the victim to go for the throat. Rat wolves have very thick hides and are capable of quickly healing even the gravest of wounds. The only thing that keeps rat wolves from becoming an omnipresent and nearly indestructible threat is their attachment to forests, where it's much easier for them to hide and hunt. During their travels, adventurers shouldn't make their camps in groves or forests if they have the option of doing so in open plains. I feel 1,000 eyes watching me, would say a cautious man while setting up camp in a wasteland. It's safe here, the trees will hide me from everyone's sight, would say a rat wolf's future dinner. Monica Oscuro, a chronicler from Morel. Reynold and Julek is a daring masterpiece telling a story of 2 lovers. Going against society, they decided to meet in a grove adjacent to the border where a hungry rat wolf put an end to their hopes for happiness. The work is full of symbolism, philosophy, and very detailed descriptions of a feasting rat wolf. Moira Moreau, a chronicler for the Morel Courier. Ivor went to hunt some game one hot day in the summer. He took his bow, some wine, and food for fending off the hunger. He searched and looked, no game in sight, as if it all had vanished, and ate the food along the way, wine even faster perished. The day was dull, the day is gone, I gotta take a leak. He saw a bush, took off his pants, around he never peeked. A vicious growl behind his back, it came as a surprise. A rat wolf staring through the leaves, the hunger in its eyes. And Ivor jumped and ran for life, the trees were flying past him. Are pants the only game today? The villagers were asking. Ivor the Fool again. And slime. A monster made out of thick, translucent, moss-green slime. It feeds on organic material by enveloping and digesting it, as long as the victim doesn't fight back, of course. And if it does, the slime will do everything in its power to fix it. A slime is a result of magical attempts to create life. They are primitive beasts with few ways of interacting with their environment, all of which revolve around finding and consuming food. Once a slime reaches a critical body mass, it will split in 2. Every new copy is identical to the original down to each individual cell in its body, already prepared to perform all the same functions. It is perfect in its simplicity and disgusting in its nature. Someone's foolish games with magic cost many lives. Ivar Ishat, Lesser Compendium. A long time ago, in a land far, far away, the first adventurer was born. He took the first sword and opened the door of the first dungeon, and a slime was already waiting for him there. The scripture of the origin of all. The recipe for slime lasagna is so simple even a goddamn slime itself could make it. The only tricky thing is surviving the tasting.
Ugh.
Thornton Damsey. Slime on a Slice. Combat Cookbook. Okay, my throat's kind of starting to hurt from all that reading.
That sounds legitimately gross.
I'm sure all those other things also have descriptions to them. But that's all I got in me for now. Let's upgrade some other things. Like this. Ah, a real temple of knowledge. The best temple there is. Getting new knowledge, cramming and exercising your memory. Well, your muscle memory, at least. I feel very sorry for the geographic sciences, though. Now you can learn all there is to it in just a few hours.
It's an academy now.
Okay, I think I can reduce the number of pickaxes I have. Just because I have so much stone.
Scanner.
It'd be cool if I could sort these.
Yeah, maybe I start French and soda. Ooh, what's those buttons up top?
Oh. Ah. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
What time is it?
In the night.
Okay, we can keep on going. Just in general, I don't need... I didn't need 7 pickaxes.
Nope.
Ooh, Count's chair. A bonus 1% to vampirism if the hero already has it.
Decorative, a surprisingly high number of wooden stakes.
It's interesting. Itch. What does this do again? Ah, yeah. Spurb. Ah, yeah. Increases the experience gained from killing enemies by 1.
Yeah, it's not bad. Ooh, did River just double those?
Probably. And I can stop with the cemetery because, again, so much stone.
So much so. You could start using runes again if you'd taken that 60% defense against projectiles, but I don't think.
Yeah. Well, the thing that I need the most of right now, I think, is living fiber.
Where you get that from?
I think the easiest source is spiders. But it doesn't drop at all in Chapter 1.
Hmm. Also, I will say I'm impressed that he beats the Hunter on Necromancer.
Oh?
The guide recommends using rogues as the fight gets increasingly difficult as it goes. And rogue has like a lot of spike damage.
Hmm.
Necromancer worked out.
Yeah.
Because you kind of really done your advantage. You certainly learned some things.
Mm-hmm.
Lich is underground. Seems a little bit obsessed about this. Rather, the Lich is what remains of Omicron. I believe it's like crazy automated spell, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is Sigma. And how do you think he's protecting something here? He thinks he's protecting something.
Oh, yeah.
Scanner!
Isometric exercise. Care to join me?
Hey, Super Nintendo showers! I'm learning!
I laughed so hard the first time I heard that line. Super Nintendo Chalmers. Ooh, Edge of Impossible or Field Practice. It's only Loop 3, so Field Practice would have a huge impact at this point.
Yeah, if we can end up railing. Oh boy.
Yeah, I think Field Practice at this point and hope for Edge of Impossible later. Hope for it to come back around on the guitar. If it ever comes back around. Ooh. Let's do God's Eye. Make the enemies weaker.
That's a weird one. You got it for the resist?
Yes. Oh, jeez. Stop attacking me directly. Thank you. Groundhog Day.
Oh man, 2 max skeletons is a little too low.
Yeah. I have ways to bring it up, but I guess I can sacrifice some quality. But I don't want to sacrifice that much level for it.
I mean, 3 should be, well, 2 is far too low. 3 should be okay.
Wait, you mean number of
I
skeletons?
mean, number of total skeletons.
Okay, gotcha, gotcha.
I think the magic shield is way too low. Beaten up.
Edge of Impossible. It did come back up.
More skeletons.
Gimme. Dang it. Well, I've got another resurrection, so... Ambitions of the Dead. Easily the best one available out of these three. Okay, as slow as my summoning has been so far, that +1 max skeletons on my ring is not doing me a whole lot of good. So replacing it with a big boost to skeleton level, I think will do me more good. That's good. That's not so much. How about this one? Yeah, I'll take that. How does it compare to this one? Mm-hmm. Ooh. Yeah, that's only about half a level. And gives me another skeleton to work with. Yes, please. Bottomless bottle. And big jump in skeleton level.
Seems no problem behind this bottle at the moment, though.
Yeah, I'm out of potions. Did I drop the lightning temple from the deck and just forget about it?
I think so.
Oops.
Returning is thing fire?
Yeah.
Yeah, with the lightning happening for enemies is having
Mm-hmm. Say what?
The river can cross the road.
Oh.
As an effective bridge. Yep. Ability to bridge along the river and dirt next to the road.
Ooh.
Let's get some extra attack speed there. Get my skeletons out faster.
Game using his.
Yes. Damage distribution. Grade. That's not where I meant to put that. There's a storm temple.
Oh, listen to that.
It took until loop 11. Okay, so now I'm going to have to clear off the spot that I was saving for it, because I covered it up. Because I thought I didn't have it.
Kind of found that under oops and weird.
Yeah. Let's see here. Sure. Wow. Reed appears on the river and near roads. Something scaly is watching you from there. Spawns a fishman every 3 days. Huh. Hey, would you mind grabbing me another drink? Thank you. Thank you. Oh. Okay, I am going to do that, and then that. There we go. I have one more spot I can place a treasury. And there it is.
It's the Black Hole Boy.
If I get an Oblivion before I get back around there. all of those suburbs cards that I can't play.
So, man.
Freaking bandits. Yeah, let's get that quality back up. Mm. Ooh. No. Hmm. Okay, you know what? Let's do that one. And then that one. That gets me more magic shield, only drops skeleton level by a tiny bit. Okay, here we go. Well, 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 what do we have here? Woof. What a clever dog. That's right. It's a small, naive, and incredibly dumb hero who's dying to get a bullet in his skull. And this bullet has been waiting for too long already. Yeah, touche. Tell me, is it true that God is the one destroying this world? One very persistent zealot told me that absurd story earlier, and I'd like to hear your version. Ha! She really said something like that. Zealots have to be wrong and believe in their own fables, though, or they wouldn't be zealots, right? So you're saying that it's not true, then? I knew it. Well, she's right in a way. Tell me, do you think it's possible for a god to die? What? You don't mean... It's a rhetorical question. I don't know. In the end, turns out it's both possible and not. And, well, you can see what became of it. Just don't think he's dying right now together with his own creation. Or just don't think he's dying right now together with his own creation. He's quite conscious, rational, almighty, and just. You know, as a god should be. He's just not the god he used to be. So God is dead and not dead? How can that be, and why did he allow this cataclysm to happen if he's still rational? That's a good question. Shall we discuss it properly? Oh, no, sorry, we won't. I'm still here to kill you, remember? Don't mistake my manners for a friendly chat. Now, what does the hunter say before his hound tears out someone's throat? Grrr. Sick 'em. Woof. Okay. Let's see.
Thanks, Lightning.
Oh. He died. Oh! I died.
One house. Oh, free enhanced at 10 close. 209, ouch.
Dang it. And I already revived, so...
If you burn 3 skulls, you get to take a skull.
Mm-hmm. So it's more like I'm only spending 2 skulls. To get all that extra stuff. Which might be worth it, considering.
So, sure, why not? Let's improve the cemetery. You stand up and walk, but you're limping. Not good. The locals told me how to stop limping so much. It'll be better now, trust me. War Camp. Another plus 4% to strength. Fine, now I'm beginning to see your fencing and not chopping wood. Chopping wood worked quite well for me so far. And who will you complain to when it stops working? Always think one step ahead. So don't speak so bluntly. You know what? Let's go over blunt weapons again. What is this one? Astral Orb. Time Shard. The heck do those drop from? Watchers?
Bosses.
Bosses, okay. That explains why it doesn't take many to form a whole one.
I wonder if the Awakened Shard effect can work on that.
Ooh, that'd be
It's
nice.
funny.
Alright. Well, that'll probably do us for tonight, I think.
I have a
'Cause,
feeling to do.
yeah, and I still need to pick what I'm going to start tomorrow. So, thanks for watching. I will be back tomorrow with something new. Then Saturday night will be Timberborn, which I'm always excited about. I enjoy that game a lot. And then more of this next Thursday. Now let's see who I can throw you at.
Yeah, does that play throw your items?
What?
Does that play just yeet your items about?
But it's custom. Let's see. We haven't rated Fang in a long time. She's playing Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. It's the...
On the Yakuza games?
Yeah, one of the... I think the latest one. Or one of the latest ones. Anyway. I know she was very excited about the prospect of dating Kason, because she's in the game. Anyway, thanks again. I do hope to see you next time. Good night, everybody.
Good night.